Great. So hi again, and now I think you will be able to hear the construction workers, but we have to work around it. I just figured that the live stream was still on, but the internet connection was off. So I think the last 20 minutes of the previous live stream have not been recorded. Although I actually wanted it to be recorded, so that's a negative thing. But I think I'm just going to retry and just repeat what I just did. It'll also give me a second chance to explain better, maybe what I didn't explain very well in the first take that is lost somewhere in space. So yeah, I see the internet connection is on right now. So sometimes just the live stream goes, or at least the internet goes off and then the live stream ends. It seems as if the live stream ends abruptly. And I only see that the internet connection is off way further in time. So I guess I have to get used to how the connection and stuff work. I think the last thing I showed you was this room, and then I explained you some about the clothing that is right over here. And then, as I've been watching the previous video just moments ago, I stopped when I was being very enthusiastic about the email that I wrote to Tinkerbell. That is over here. Because that email I just hanged on the wall the previous time I was here, on Saturday it was. And then Maxime was in between the time that I was not at Kunstpodium Day, and she has reacted on this email, and I was very happy about that. And what I did is in the previous live stream, which is not being shown right now, is that I read this, her interpretation out loud. That didn't turn out as planned because it has not been recorded. So let's record it again. So yeah, what I've been doing the last time I was here was archiving my life here at Kunstpodium Day and showing everything that's related to the process, or as much things as possible, in this room. So leave the traces of me living at Kunstpodium Day. So it's the clothing, an email I wrote to Tinkerbell in January, which is to me also part of the process, and also how we got to this idea to do this residency anyways. Because for me the email was also some kind of turning point. I will get back to it later, and I will maybe also explain the context a bit more so you will understand what this email is about and where it comes from, but that will be later. And all the receipts that I got from the supermarket, I also left on the wall. And I took some Polaroid pictures of my walks in Tilburg, and also I took some pictures of the process of Kunstpodium Day, and those are everywhere in the space. So here you can see one. Here you can see two that Maxime has taken. So she has also taken up on this idea, which is also very nice. Here is one that I've taken previously, and this is one that Maxime also took from the sanctuary. To continue where I left you guys the previous live stream, I will guide you now through some context that is behind these emails that are hanging on the wall right now. So let me explain. On the 10th of January this year, I wrote an email to Tinkerbell. And by the way, for people who don't know, Tinkerbell, she's an artist, and she has been guiding us, the whole group, so Maxime, Anna, Jan, and I, throughout the whole process up until this exhibition. So she's the master of this apprentice master group. I wasn't very happy with the way Tinkerbell was guiding me. So at some point I decided to write her an email explaining what I actually wanted from her, which I didn't get up until then. That email I wrote on the 10th of January. After that, she reacted very shortly with her own view, and I reacted back on that email. After this email conversation, we had, because we were having, during the process, we were having Zoom talks. Those Zoom talks, they happen every week, and that was with the whole group and Tinkerbell included. And we had a discussion about these emails that I wrote. This discussion took like 1 hour, maybe even 1.5 hours, maybe even longer. And at some point, we just didn't arrive at some kind of agreement on what I wanted and what she wanted. So it was all left. I was actually left even more confused after the Zoom talk than I was left after, or even before I wrote this email. So to me, I think this email didn't work the way I wanted it to work, and I never got actually from Tinkerbell that what I actually wanted. And what I'm basically, I'm now going to explain this first email and actually why I wrote this. What I wanted from Tinkerbell is I wanted more equality, so that there would not be some kind of hierarchy between me and her, and that there was a much more equal relationship. I felt that I didn't get it back then. And also what I wanted to get from this email is I was asking her to put her own expectations aside and give me trust in my own process, because I was having the feeling that she was guiding me, at least, and probably also the other apprentices, but I cannot speak for them, towards an end result that she wanted from them, and not really much the result that we actually want from ourselves. So I asked her that, or I tried to ask her for that in the email that I wrote. Last time I was here, I left this email together with the reactions on the wall of this room here at Kunstpodium T. I didn't leave any notes whatsoever onto how people should, what people should do with this email. I was like, okay, I'm just leaving it here and see where it goes from here. Maybe some people will respond to it, maybe not. It's completely fine. Let's see if the ball gets rolling from here. If not, then it's maybe a personal process. That's also fine. And when I arrived here in this room this morning, I saw that Maxime has interpreted this email by translating it into English, because the email initially was in Dutch, and she decided to translate it into English. She put this translation also on the wall, on top of the initial email that I wrote. So now there is some kind of dialogue also going on, because Maxime is also now a part of the work by interpreting it. I'm also very happy that Maxime has decided to do this, also because her work, which is now, as I told you in the previous video, I was a bit surprised that Maxime took away her work. Well, she took it away from the room it was in first, and that was the big room over here with the windows. And she decided to place it over here, which in the end is a very good choice, I would say, because now the works communicate better with each other. Since Maxime's work is also about interpretation and misinterpretation of languages, and she uses her own personal story, especially like by using, for instance, the letter that her grandma wrote to her. She was living in France back then, Maxime, and her grandma was living in the Netherlands. So to see how language can, or to research basically how language can be misinterpreted. This letter also is about interpretation. It's about miscommunication in some kind of way. So it has some kind of connection to each other. So I'm very happy it's on the same wall right now. And Maxime has also just decided to react on this by translating my email. She also left me with some notes that I will read out. Those notes are underneath the email. So the first note that she left me was, I wonder how your tone would change if you tried to communicate this in another language, which she did. She translated it to English for me. And she said, hope you don't mind the intervention, which I can say right now that I don't mind the intervention at all. I'm actually very happy with it. So thank you, Maxime. Should I try to see how Tinkerbell sounds in another language? She asked. And then I think it was a rhetorical question because she also did it. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to read Maxime's interpretation to this letter to Tinkerbell that I wrote out loud. So I'm hoping that the construction workers will not bother you too much with the noise so that I will be understandable, but let's see what happens. So I'm going to try to read it out loud right now. So this is the translation that Maxime made of my letter that I wrote to Tinkerbell in January about the process within the group and how it was affecting me. How Tinkerbell's method was affecting me in a negative way. So here it goes. Hi Tinkerbell. I've noticed that I have made little progress in recent days for an expo in February. Sorry, I will pronounce February very wrongly, and because I figured also last time I was reading out this letter, it has not been recorded on YouTube right now, is that I hate reading the word February or speaking or saying the word February out loud. For Expo in February, because since our last Zoom meeting last Tuesday, I have felt guilty about what I have been doing in recent weeks. Last Tuesday, I showed the wrong thing, and I didn't get the chance to get back to that. My goal is still to create the best possible exhibition in which my work and that of the rest can shine. I love how she translated, because in the initial email that I wrote, I said, mijn doel is nog steeds om een zo goed mogelijke expositie neer te zetten, waarin mijn werk en dat van de rest het beste tot zijn recht komt. And she translated this, tot zijn recht komt, into shine. To me, that's not a literal translation, but it's interesting to see how she has chosen the word shine. That's what I was noticing when I was reading it the first time, and what I'm still noticing right now. Almost every week, you have asked me if I know that the exhibition is already in February. Again, the word February is very hard to pronounce for me. By receiving this question from you every week, I feel pressure to adjust my work process to a work process that doesn't suit me, and I trust myself less and less. Because of this, I am increasingly moving away from the core of my work, or as you call it, in your own words, or in your words, my story. Uh, Also, I need to contextualize this. Every time we had a meeting with Tinkerbell, she was asking us to have our story clear for ourselves, basically. And her assumption was that every artist is a storyteller and therefore is actually has a story for about what he or she needs to tell with his artworks. In my opinion, the word story is not really a good interpretation of core of the work, which I think she really means with it, because in my assumption, not every artist is a storyteller. I'm sure that a lot of artists are storytellers, but I don't really agree with her saying that every artist is a storyteller or has his or her own story. So that's why I always use this sign, which I also used in the email when saying story, because to me, it's not always about the story. I'd rather choose the word core of my work, because I think every artist has a core or even every person has a core of their work. It doesn't really matter if you're an IT specialist or an artist or a lawyer or a psychologist. I think every person, every profession has some kind of core in his work. So I think she means that, and I would rather choose this word rather than story, because I slightly disagree with the fact that every artist should be a storyteller. But we can agree to disagree on that. Furthermore, by emphasizing in the group that I do not yet know my story by saying it, I feel guilty afterwards that I'm not yet where I need to be now. And then something very interesting happened, because Maxime also reacted to this with her own opinion. And then she said, according to whom? Well, I can answer straight away. Right now, it's according to Tinkerbell. But I was thinking back then that it was also according to myself, because she made me think that I wasn't there where I had to be, but that was her view on my process, rather than it being my view on her process. On my process, sorry. This will undoubtedly also has a reaction to it by Maxime, but I will first read the whole sentence and then I will explain what the reaction was. This will undoubtedly be motivating for some people, but for me it ensures, as I've experienced in recent days, that I'm not encouraged to continue with my process and that the feeling of guilt starts to dominate. So Maxime, so I chose the word undoubtedly. In my previous email, or in the initial email, I used the word, I will say the Dutch word, ongetwijfeld. That's the correct translation of it. Or I would say that it's also the way how I would translate it. But she had a remark on the word undoubtedly. Because to the opinion of Maxime, she said the following: in my pedagogical opinion, just to contextualize, Maxime has graduated from the Fine Arts and Designs Teachers Department, so she has a pedagogical background. There is plenty of doubt to be had about this working for anybody. So what I said is probably undoubtedly that the method that Tinkerbell uses might work for some students or apprentices or, I don't know, people that you're guiding as an experienced artist. But Maxime is actually very firm on the fact that the method of Tinkerbell does not work. So yeah, that's the opinion that she gave next to the word undoubtedly. So I'm gonna read the last 3 paragraphs that I have written to Tinkerbell that Maxime has translated. into English. I do feel that everything you say to me is out of good intentions to get me further, although I need a different approach from you than the one that you are now giving me. So I would like you to keep your expectations to yourself during the upcoming Zoom meeting when I talk about my process in the run-up to our exhibition. And above all, listen to me. Otherwise, I will conform too much to your way of working and I will increasingly distance myself from my own core. I think this works better for my creative process than the way things are now between us. We can at least try it for a week. Thanks and see you Tuesday. If you find or want to ask something yourself, you can of course always do so. Hopefully it will be a good exhibition in February. Again, the word there is a bit annoying me when I say it. Vladimir. So this was the interpretation, the translation, of Maxime, of my initial letter that I wrote to Tinkerbell. Then there are the two reactions. They are left oh no, Maxime hasn't. I see now that Maxime hasn't tried to see how Tinkerbell sounds in another language. Sorry, because she hasn't translated Tinkerbell's letter yet. Tinkerbell's reaction was really short, so I can read it out loud in Dutch, if you don't mind. So for the people that don't speak Dutch, I'm sorry. But maybe you'll get some few words or the context of what's being said if I read it out loud. So this was the reaction to Tinkerbell to my letter on the 10th of January as well. Hoi Vladimir, vervelend dat je nog steeds vastloopt. Ik ben echter niet je docent, maar een kunstenaar die haar expertise met je deelt. Het is natuurlijk aan jou of je daar gebruik van maakt. Zoals ook de verantwoordelijkheid voor het maken van een goede tentoonstelling bij jou, en tussen haakjes, or between brackets, en de andere apprentices ligt. Laten we dinsdag in de groep bespreken waar jullie het meest mee geholpen zijn. Groet, uitroepteken, TB. TB is afkorting van Tinkerbell. And then I responded to that letter also very shortly. Thanks voor je snelle berichtje, uitroepteken. Ik weet dat je geen docent bent. Het enige wat ik van je vraag is dat je anders met me communiceert door je verwachtingen achterwege te laten. Dat zou mijn eigen proces in ieder geval ten goede komen. Ik vind het een goed idee om dinsdag te bespreken waar we het meest mee geholpen zijn. Uitroepteken. Vladimir. So that was the email conversation that I've been having with Tinkerbell about the disagreement on her methods, or me asking for a different method from her. As I already said, I didn't get it in the end, but that was okay. So now it's going to be transformed into a process or an artwork that's part of the process that's happening in this between the walls of the rooms of Kunstpodium T, because I have the feeling that everyone in the group has been affected by her methods. So therefore, I thought it was necessary for me to hang these letters on the wall. And I'm very happy that, although I haven't asked for it explicitly, I didn't leave a score concerning these letters. I just left these letters on the wall, that Maxime has responded to the first letter by translating it and giving it her own interpretation. As I said, it also relates to Maxime's work that's over here, which is about interpretation of language. Oh, I see that or I don't know where the letter from her grandma is, but it was over here next to the booklets that she hang on the wall. Let me check if I can see if I can find the letter that her grandma wrote to her. Maybe she took it home. That's obviously also a possibility. I guess I cannot find it, so I'm assuming she took the letter home. Maybe I'll find it later, because I was actually very curious to read it out loud to you at some point, because it really relates with the miscommunication or the letter that I wrote to Tinkerbell. So I'm also very happy that Maxime decided to take her work into this room, because the dialogue between our works is now going on. She put a description of her work as well on the wall next to the works. As you can see, she works with trend, or you cannot see it, but I can see it. So I will say what I'm seeing right now. Maybe I'll bring the laptop with me. As you can see, she translated a lot of text, like one, or at least maybe, I don't know if she has translated it, but there's like, this one is from English and Japanese, Swedish, English and French, Italian, Danish and English. And the general text that's with her works, I'm going to read out loud as well. By translation, we understand all the negotiations, intrigues, calculations, acts of persuasion, persuasion and violence, thanks to which an actor or a force takes, or causes to be conferred on itself. Authority to speak or act on behalf of another actor or force. And that's a quote by Michel Calon. I'm assuming it's a French person, so I'm gonna try to pronounce this word in French. And Bruno Latour, 1981. I'm gonna say I have to read this description once again. Maybe not in front of the camera, so because now I was also busy talking to you, so the content of what is being written is not coming across in my own head right now. To me, it's still very hard to both talk to you in the live stream and being very actively engaged in all the stuff that is happening over here. But I thought it was necessary also to have some kind of interaction with the audience, so that's why I'm doing it right now. Because otherwise you'll be just seeing me working in the space without me interacting, so that might become a bit boring to some of you watching, so that's why I decided to do it like this. I will now also quickly show you what I also did last time I was here at Kunstpodium Day. So besides the clothes that I've been hanging on the wall that I was wearing every day, besides the letter and the reaction of Tinkerbell that I also hanged on the wall, I also started to collect all the receipts that I got from the last time I did this residency. And I hanged them on the wall as well. So all the works are about the process of this exhibition, or my personal process of this exhibition. This morning I also went to the Jumbo, so I'm going to add one more receipt to the receipts that are already here. And what I saw as well is that Maxime also left her own receipts, but she didn't hang them yet, but she left a note that said the following. So I'm going to read it out loud as well. I started hanging my receipt next to yours, but then I wasn't sure whether they would go next or under each other, or even there at all. So Maxime has not hanged them, or at least she started hanging them, but then she decided to take them off, so that the decision would be on me whether I should hang them or not. It's very interesting to see that she has reacted on this, and I will probably hang them on this wall. I'm not really sure if it will go next to my receipts or underneath, but they will be on this wall for sure. And I'm curious to see how this will happen. Also, I didn't leave a score about the receipts. I just decided to leave them here and see what happens to get the ball rolling. And I'm glad that also with the letter to Tinkerbell, Maxime has reacted on my work. Because it gives the work a new dimension by having somebody else communicate with it. So yeah, that was it. Also the other thing that I have been doing is I've been leaving some Polaroid pictures that I got from my walks. Oops. Here in Tilburg. Over here. Oops. Which is also part of the process. And the only score that I left the last time I was here was take a Polaroid picture in the space and leave it somewhere here in the room, on the place you took it. So the space is now slowly being filled with Polaroid pictures. These two are Maxime's. This is mine that I took last time I was here. This is mine. This is Maxime's. So slowly the space is being filled with these Polaroid pictures that show the process as it was during that time the pictures were taking. Because as I'm seeing right now, there are 3 chairs on this Polaroid picture that Maxime took. And as you can see, she took a picture of this area, and as you can see, there's now only 1 chair with Anna's clothing on it. So it's interesting to see also that in the space happening, or the traces that have been left that are not here anymore. What I will do now is I will charge the laptop, because I see it's almost running out of battery, just before it runs out. I see that the internet connection is still on. I'm hoping I'm right about this, so I hope that everything I said during this live stream has been caught on tape, or at least it can be watchable for everyone watching this live stream when the live stream ends. I will now take a quick break, so nothing will be happening in this room, but I'll just leave it as it is right now, and I will come back to you later. So, hi again. Just got myself some yogurt. And after I'm gonna eat, after I've eaten this yogurt, I will guide you through the next steps that I will do here in this room. But first, let me eat my yogurt. So I'm back in the big room. By the way, as you can see, I'm wearing my coat. The mechanics are repairing the boiler. So the heater doesn't work, which means that it's very cold in these rooms right now. So therefore, I have to wear my coat, and otherwise, I'm afraid I will catch a cold. It's quite chilly, not just here, but also outside. As of now, I feel a bit uninspired, to be honest. So I don't really know what my next steps will be. So I guess my next steps will be just following up on the scores that are already written down by us to see if I can continue from there. And I see somebody is watching. So hi, the one person that is watching this live stream right now. I'm glad you're here. Just had some viewers that were passing by that were looking at the exhibition. So that's the people that I waved at just a second ago. I'm also hoping that later on, during my time here, I'm able to get the screens on and also the sound, because last time the sound, I didn't manage to get the sound on. So I'm hoping that this will work. It will work this time, so maybe I can do something with the screens and the video installation that Maxime started putting up here. So maybe I can react to it or put my own work next to it, because the other room is quite filled with works already and our reactions. So some kind of final product is now being produced or is already in the making, whereas this room is now very big and quite empty. So I'm hoping that we are able to fill this room also with our process and our works. So far, I haven't really achieved that, maybe also because it's a very big room. So apart from some Polaroids and screens that are hanging here where Maxime's video installation was being showed on, and some tarot cards and the scores, there's not really much going on. So I'm hoping that we'll manage to fill this room as well with many works by, or at least with some works by the end of, some more works by the end of this residency. So just to get back to it, this is the list with all the scores. They can also be found on the website, www.uncontrollable.com. There you can find a list of all the scores that we have made so far, so I don't have to read them out loud anymore. I will now continue working from the scores. And the first score that was being left by Maxime was draw a tarot card every day and let it guide or inspire you. I started by documenting and by putting all the cards that I've pulled onto Post-it notes. They're hanging on the wall. And I guess I will do the same today as well. By the way, Maxime also continued with that after I left. So she also drew a tarot card every day, and she put her own documentation of these cards, or at least she documented all the cards that she's pulled, and she put it on Post-it notes as well. And I will continue doing that. Maybe that will guide me into where I should go afterwards and what I should do with the space. So maybe that's a good question. What should I do with this space? And as I told earlier, both me and Maxime have left their own tarot decks here. I will now pull a card from Maxime's tarot deck. To see maybe it's enough. If not, I might even pull a card from my own tarot deck. From the people that are tuning in right now and haven't followed the previous live streams or haven't seen this on previous live streams yet, both me and Maxime, without us knowing, have left their tarot decks here in this space. So that was a coincidence, or I wouldn't say it's a coincidence. I think both me and Maxime don't agree with the fact that this is a coincidence. The serendipity. I think it's much more of a serendipity than a coincidence or a synchronicity, maybe. So, what should I do with this space today? That's the question that I'm asking. So, what should I do with the space today? And the card fell out. Usually, when a card falls out, then it means that this is the card that I should pull. So when I ask the question, what should I do with the space today? This card fell out. Let's see which card it is. It's the 9 of Cups. Let me try to interpret it by just looking at the image first. So the 9 of Cups. I see a sky with a lot of clouds, and from the clouds you can see some sunbeams shining. And in the corner of this card, you can see a very clear blue sky. The rest is all filled with clouds, but the clouds are also filled with sunbeams. So I'm assuming that the sunbeams and the clouds will have anything to do with what I should do. You can also see birds flying near the clouds. To me, cups are cards of emotions, but also cards of connections, of making connections. So I'm assuming that I should actually make a connection here in the space with the works that are already here, or the scores that are already here. 9 is also one of the last cards in the sequence of the deck, because it goes from ace till 10, and then afterwards you have the king and the page, the queen, and so the bigger cards. But from the numbers, 9 is one of the last cards, so it resembles much more of a completion than a start. But this can also be interpreted in many ways. Yeah, so the clouds have a little bit of sunshine in them. You can see it by the yellow colors, but also the red colors. So that is being made by the sun. So it's basically, I think it's a bit of opening up and light, shining light in the clouds or through the clouds in this room. That's how I interpreted the card. So when I asked the question, what shall I do with the space today? I got the 9 of Cups. Then let me see what the book that went with Maxime's tarot decks is telling me about this card in particular. Maybe it will give me some more insights. So, 9 of Cups. So 9 of Cups. The keywords that go with this card are bliss, fulfillment, and pleasure. And then the description says, happiness. I could leave that single word as the descriptor of this card, and anything you could imagine would be all right. The 9 of Cups is a joyful, wonderful card representing all of your emotional dreams coming to fulfillment. So, I was just charging, putting my laptop in the charger because I see the battery is slowly running out. So now it's fine. So I hope that the live stream doesn't end while I'm speaking to you right now. So the 9 of Cups is a joyful, wonderful card representing all of your emotional dreams coming to fulfillment. Whatever you've been working towards in your relationships, be they friendly or familiar or romantic, it's all there. You feel deeply content and like things are about to get better. You're probably right. The 9 and the 10 both represent happiness, but I generally read the 9 as being happiness that is inside of you. Optimism with where everything is going, where everything is at right now, where you have been. You personally feel euphoric with the possibilities and actualities of your situation. The art shows 9 birds soaring in the clouds. So apparently there are 9 birds. I haven't counted them yet, so let's count them just to see if they're correct. I think they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So indeed, maybe you can also count them just to check that it's correct that you can see 9 birds on this card. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you personally feel euphoric with the possibilities and actualities of your situation. The art shows 9 birds soaring in the clouds. The birds symbolize the strong relationships promised in the card, and the clouds are, well, I just think it would be great to be able to fly. So I guess I should just let myself go in this room in particular. So only this room, so not the other 3 rooms. But I pulled this card for this room in particular, so I should let myself go and be happy. I think that is the interpretation of this card. I'm not sure how it will come into fruition, so I'm not sure how I will be able to execute this, but at least it shows me that I just have to be happy and let myself go. That's my interpretation of this card. So before I forget, let me get my post-it notes and the pen, and I will write down the interpretation of this card. Or just write down that I pulled this card. I mean, hang it on the wall where the rest of the cards is. And then I will come back to you. So I'm getting a pen and some post-it notes. I'm leaving you here watching an empty space. I'll come back to you in a minute. I see that some people don't have the patience because the only person that was watching this live stream has now gone while I was away. Although I can understand it because it's quite kind of frustrating to see an empty room all the time. But I guess you can watch it back once the live stream is online. Or once the live stream is finished, you can watch this all back. So what do I need to do with this room today? Today is the 5th of March. And then the answer was the 9 of Cups. And then I'm gonna leave this note together with the results of the previous tarot readings in this room. So the question that I asked today is, what do I need to do with this room today? The answer was the 9 of Cups. Then I guess I am needing some more explanation on what exactly needs to be done. So I pulled the 9 of Cups. 9 of Cups are to me interpreted as letting go and being happy and connecting with each other. So I understand that that's what I need to do. So I should let myself go in this room, but I'm not really sure how I should let myself go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull a second tarot card and just for the sake of it, I'm gonna pull this one not with the deck of Maxime, but with my own deck and see what the result will be. Maybe that will give me some more insight into what I should do with this room, apart from letting myself go. So more clarity on how should I let myself go in this room. So the deck that I brought with me is my favorite deck, or actually the only tarot deck that I have, and that's the traditional Rider-Waite deck. That's the deck that most people think of when they see tarot cards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the question like, how do I need to let myself go in this room today? So how do I need to let myself go in this room today? How do I need to let myself go in this room today? And the card that I pulled, or that fell out, usually when it's, as I said earlier, when a card falls out, it means that that's the card that I should pull, so I should stop right there. That's how I lay tarot cards in, at least. And the card that I pulled is the Moon. As you can see, it's in Dutch on this deck, the Maan. It's a major arcana card. It means that major arcana cards are much usually seen as stronger than the minor arcana cards, because they usually depict some kind of archetype that you should live up to in this sense, in this case. And the Moon is, to me, a card of listening to your intuition and getting in touch with your own emotions. That's what the Moon stands for me. As you can see on the card, there are two dogs barking or looking at the Moon. So they actually look at the Moon to get in touch with their own feelings. I have the feeling that the two dogs, at least one of the two dogs, is me in this particular sense. So I should look at my own feelings. I should look into my own emotions and see where it will guide me, and maybe that will give me more insight what to do with this space. There's also I'm not sure it's kreeft. I don't know if cancer is the right translation. Because cancer also has a different meaning, of course, but I will just call it a cancer for now. So there's a cancer, or is it a crab? It's a cancer also looking at the Moon coming from the water. And there is also a path leading up to the Moon where the dogs cry towards. So, as you can see, it's all depicted on these cards. You can also see two pillars. And in between these pillars, you can see the Moon. The two pillars can also depict, to me, I'm just thinking out loud, the art pillars. So you have art, and in between you have the Moon. So it's the emotions that you're trying to depict are in between the pillars. So the pillars can also maybe stand for this room in particular, because, or pedestals, because you put your artworks, or some artworks are sometimes being put on pedestals. And that's how I interpret it in this card. I will just read out from my own books that I brought, maybe also what the Moon means. Because now I've been interpreted it by looking at the picture, but maybe the text gives some kind of extra insights. So let's see what the text says. The Moon. And by the way, it's also card number 18 in the Major Arcana deck. To me, it doesn't say much yet, but maybe for the people watching, maybe they can have some kind of connection with the number 18, or maybe they have some kind of insight on the number 18 and how it relates to this card, or how it relates to my situation in particular. So just for your knowledge, it's card number 18 in the Major Arcana deck. The description is in Dutch though, so I will read it in Dutch and I'll give my reaction in English. So it's a bit multilingual. So for the people that don't understand English that are watching this, I'm sorry. De maan. Een roodachtige kreeft kruipt langzaam uit het water. Hij heeft zodoende een zeer lange weg te gaan, die in de duisternis van de nacht voert. Een hond en een wolf. Oh, so it's a dog and a wolf. So it's not two dogs apparently, so it's a dog and a wolf. Or at least that's what the description says. Een hond en een wolf blaffen tegen de maan, die haar gouden licht op het pad werpt, dat tussen twee torens doorkronkelt. De beide posten van de bekende wereld naar het onbekende, naar het mystieke, het onontdekte. So it's the undiscovered. So the path, what they say is that the path leads to the undiscovered. And in a way, I also see this room as yet being undiscovered. It's still very empty, it's still very big. So you can see it as some kind of trader like Christopher Columbus that just arrived in America, and he doesn't know what to do with this whole continent that he had just discovered, for instance. That's how I see this room as well. De kaart straalt een gevoel van magie, mysterie en droom uit. Intuïtie en verbeeldingskracht, zelfbewustzijn en twijfel, waarheid en begoocheling. Dat alles bevindt zich in deze kaart. That's some very big words that are being written right here. Intuïtie en verbeeldingskracht. Zelfbewustzijn en twijfel, waarheid en begoocheling. Dat alles bevindt zich in deze kaart. So, and it's also some contradiction. So, to me, twijfel en zelfbewustzijn, so doubt and self-consciousness, it has some kind of friction. I mean, it's two contradictions, and both are within this card. And that's why I also said maybe it's, and also the words are to me very big and very universal. So it's, and by having them both in the same sentence, by having this contradiction, it's becoming even bigger to me. De maan duidt het laatste deel van de reis aan. Het is in vogelvlucht een samenvatting van ons hele leven, een laatste terugblik op ons gezamenlijk bestaan. De maan laat de totale evolutie van het leven op onze planeet zien. So, in English, it shows the whole evolution of this planet, of life on this planet, the card of the moon. Angst en verlangen worden door de wolf en de hond gesymboliseerd. Tussen torens door gaan wij van het bekende naar het pure bewustzijn, dat door de maan gesymboliseerd wordt. Het is onze laatste droom, omgeven door medegevoel en bewustzijn. Wanneer wij nu op het pad terugkijken, kunnen wij zien dat het uit puur goud gemaakt is. Dat het licht niet echt verloren kon gaan, want de hele weg is verlicht. So, if we look at this path, I'm just going to translate the last sentence that I read out. So, if we look at this path, we can see that it's made of pure gold, and that the light cannot disappear, because the whole path is being enlightened. Als symbool voor de dierenringteken vissen sluit de maan de ring van de zodiac, die met de keizer, tussen haakjes, ram begon. So it's also, the moon is also the end of the zodiac circle, and it stands also for the zodiac sign of Pisces, That's usually the last zodiac sign before the new zodiac year begins. Usually the new year begins when or at least in astrology, the new year begins when we enter Aries, Ram, and that's around the 21st of March when spring starts as well in the Netherlands. So, and also right now, we're in the same time period. As I can see, it's the 5th of March, so we're now in Pisces. So we're also at the end of the zodiac year before spring starts. The duiding, so what it means. Ontvankelijkheid, vrouwelijkheid, so it's receptibility and femininity. Het onbewuste, so the subconscious or the unconscious. The kinderjaren, so the child years, so the years that you were a child. Intuïtie, voorgevoelens. En visioenen, so intuition, pre-feelings and visions. Je voelt en je ziet de beelden, visioenen, gedachten uit het onderbewustzijn omhoog komen en je verlangt naar God, naar het geheel. Naar de eenheid van de zon en de maan. Het mannelijke en het vrouwelijke. Je bevindt je ergens op de helft van de weg. Je kunt niet meer terug. Je aarzelt echter verder te gaan. Well, that is true because I'm very much, or at least they say that I'm in doubt how I should go further. Yes, I'm indeed in doubt what I should do with this room. So in this sense, yes, the description is right, according to my own feelings. Het visioen vertelt je met gesloten ogen in jezelf te kijken. Met al je vrouwelijke krachten, je intuïtie en geduld op weg te gaan. Patience is something that I indeed need, so they say that I need my intuition and my patience to go further. Yes, I have the feeling that I need patience in order for me to know what to do with this room. Het is tijd om al je gevoelens en gedachten onder ogen te zien, om jezelf helemaal te leren kennen. So it is time to see all your feelings and thoughts to get to know yourself completely. Met betrekking tot problemen roept deze kaart op in het diepe te springen en naar de oorsprong van het probleem te kijken. So they asked me to jump into deep waters and look at the core of the problem. En je niet met oppervlakkigheid tevreden te stellen. And they also asked me to not be content with superficiality. So that's quite ambitious, but that was the result that I got from the moon. So, just to summarize, I pulled two cards. The first card I pulled with the deck of Maxime, and I asked the deck, what do I need to do with this space today? I got the Nine of Cups. The second card I pulled was the moon, and that card I pulled after reading the description of the Nine of Cups, because I asked myself, like, how should I let myself go in this room? And this was the result, so that was the moon. I'm gonna write the second card also down, just to document what I did, and hang it also on the wall together with the orange post-it notes in the space for the others to see. So how should I let myself go in this room today? And then I will just look at how Maxime did this. So it's card number 18. So she wrote down 18 first, the number, and then the moon. And I will write also down the translation, the maan. So how should I let myself go in this space today? And then the card that I pulled, the moon. In front of it, I put the number of the card, which was number 18. And between brackets underneath, you can see the Dutch translation as it was on the card, because these cards are in Dutch, the maan. So now just hang it on the wall. So it's becoming a long list already of the cards that we pulled. So we've now done this for 7 days, or at least we've done 7 days of documentation of the tarot cards that were pulled. So I'm just curious to see if this whole list will continue to go to the bottom of the floor once the exhibition ends, or maybe it will get a different place. So to make it easier to read for the public that will arrive on the 14th. By the way, on the 14th, it's the end of this residency. The last person that is here is on the 13th. I believe it's either Anna or Jan. I don't know from the top of my head who's the last person ending this residency. But on the 15th, we come together with the 4 of us, together with Klaartje and Nick Hendricks, and we have a final discussion about the process that has been happening here between the walls of Kunstpodium T, and also the end result that is being shown in this room. So yeah, I think that's it for now. Oh, I also got another booklet about tarot, just to maybe even interpret it more. So maybe I can read something on the moon in this book as well. So the moon, let me see, it's card number 18. Let's see what this book says. De maan. It's in Dutch. If there's an important sentence that I think you should know of, then I will translate this in English. If not, I will continue in Dutch. De maan brengt verborgen roerselen aan het licht. So they say the moon brings things that are hidden to the surface. Zelfs de kreeft, ofwel de diepste en oudste instincten en een met goud versierde lucht, die opeens heel bereikbaar is. Als in een volle maansnacht kan er veel losgemaakt worden. U heeft moed nodig om deze overweldige gevoelens tegemoet te treden. En dan de basisbetekenis, so the basic meaning of this card is, according to this book, vaak als we deze kaart trekken, beleven we een periode waarin we de situatie gevoelsmatig niet goed kunnen inschatten. So usually when we pull this card, we are in a period that we cannot really feel the situation that we're in right now. To me, the situation can be replaced by the space. I do not really feel the space right now. I'm a bit overwhelmed by, particularly this room. The other room I can work in for the time being. I do not worry about that room, but I do worry about this room for myself because I don't know how I should continue with this room. So that therefore this room has more challenges to me right now. So I have the feeling that I need to work on that here today. Het gevaar bestaat dat we door deze geestelijke labiliteit worden meegezogen. So the danger is that we can be sunk into these geestelijke labiliteit, mental instabilities. Maar we hebben nu de mogelijkheid om ons in ieder wezen in te voelen, om ons overal thuis te voelen en onze identiteit te vergroten. In iedere gebeurtenis, in ieder schepsel, vinden we een deel van het goddelijke, maar ook een deel van onszelf terug. So in every happening, we see a part of the God, or a part of God, and we see a part of ourselves back. Meelijden, maar niet plakken. Liefhebben, deelnemen, maar zich niet met zijn emoties identificeren. That's also what they say as an advice in de dagkaart. De overweldigende gevoelens en de heftige dingen in het leven moeten overleefd worden als al het andere. So, the whole space should be survived. Prognose tendens. De belofte van deze kaart is dat de oude dag niet saai, vol verlangens en afhankelijk hoeft te zijn. Maar ook een periode kan zijn waarin men vrij en swingend van het leven geniet. Liefde en relatie. Geef ook de donkere kanten de ruimte, zonder u eraan uit te leven. Betrek uw partner daarin. With partner, I'm assuming that they mean the other people that I'm working with here at this residency. So, Anna, Jan en Maxime. Succes en geluk in het leven. Ga in vrede met God en de wereld. De kaart spoort u aan uw hart te openen en uw remmingen los te laten. So, go with God and the world. The card tells you that you should open your heart and let go of your that's what's holding you back. I don't know. For some reason, I forgot the literal translation of the word rem. But it means that's what's holding me back. That's how I would say it right now. So yeah, that was the interpretation of these cards. So I should basically follow my instincts and not be guided by my emotional instability concerning this room. So let's see how I should pragmatically do it. Because usually I want to know how to pragmatically do it, and now they give me such broad explanations. So it's I'm still a bit overwhelmed by this room, but maybe I should accept this overwhelmedness, as they also said in the description, and see where it goes from there. So I guess I'll be working in this room today, or at least that's my intention for now, or as much as possible. Still don't know exactly what I should do. I'll probably, in a minute, just stop talking to you so I can get in tune much more with my own emotions or my own feelings, because it's kind of hard also to, when I'm communicating in a camera, to get in touch with my feelings. I assume for me it's still either one or the other, because it doesn't go as naturally as I wanted it to go. So you'll be seeing rather either me just walking around the room, working in the room, and not speaking to you for quite some while after I'm done with this talk. That means that I also might go outside of the room for a bit, so I'll be watching empty rooms, so don't feel offended that I leave you staring at an empty room, because I think that's also part of the process. So that being said, I'm going to leave you for a bit watching at an empty room. I think I'm going to go for a walk, and afterwards I'll come back and start working again, so I will not be communicating one-on-one until I announce it again. I think that's best for now. I will leave the tarot cards that I pulled. I got them out of the deck again. I just leave them next to the laptop so I can look at them when I get back. Um, so that they will be there to guide me when I need them. So hi again. What I'm going to do is, I had an idea for now. Maybe I will try with my laptop to download the live stream videos that have already been uploaded onto a USB sticks that I brought with me. And maybe I can show them on the screen. That's an idea that I have right now, just to fill the space a bit more with my own work, to see where it goes. So I'm connected to the internet. That's good for now. Let's see where I left the charger of my laptop. It's still freezing in this room. I'm just gonna see if I can turn on the heater anyways. Maybe it works again. The mechanics were supposed to repair the boiler from Monday till Friday. And since it's now Friday afternoon, maybe they have finished repairing the boiler, so we have a working heater in this room. If that's the case, that would be great, because then at least I can take off my jacket and it's workable. It's a workable room again. I was so cold. that even with a jacket, I'm a bit shaky. So, also, if I'm looking outside, I see the construction workers are more or less finishing their work on the street side, which also means that there's less noise from outside to be heard. And at least in front of this building, it seems that they're more or less finished. I'm hoping that's the case also for the days to come, so that the live stream will not be clouded with all the noise from outside. Ooh! I see the internet connection is getting a bit unstable. It's usually not a good sign, because that usually means that the live stream will be turned off. Let me try to fix this before this happens. But I guess we're still connected. So, so far so good. I must say it's also quite tiring to talk to a laptop all the time. So see my energy levels go down much faster when I'm doing that compared to when I'm just sitting here and working without talking to you. I guess it was also good to, for now, to check this out, or this way of working. I haven't really found the best form to do it without tiring myself too much. The noise that you're hearing is me trying to connect with the laptop. I'm going to turn it off so you will not hear the screaming noise. On the background. So I've now uploaded this live stream, so it's also visible on the website. before that the previous live stream was on and the live stream already finished. So I was thinking maybe I should upload the live stream, the more recent live stream. By that I mean this live stream onto the website. So it's also visible for the public that's visiting the website first. So I was thinking maybe I should upload the live stream, the recent live stream. By that I mean this live stream onto the website. So it's also visible for the public that's visiting the website first. So it works. Now let me see if I'm able to download the videos from YouTube onto my computer so I can put them into a USB stick. So let me check this out. And I'm now connected to the YouTube account of Uncontrollable on my laptop. And see if I manage to download the videos from YouTube, if that's actually possible, because I know from Vimeo it's possible to download a video, but I'm not sure if that's possible from YouTube. So let's go to downloads, because I managed to download one of the live stream videos to test it out. Let's try to open it with QuickTime, see if that works. Yes, it works. What kind of card she pulls. So that's quite nice. And so now let me get out a USB stick. Let's see if the USB stick connects to the laptop. Yes, it connects. So let's get the video in. Let's see if it's possible for you to connect. Oh, and now I can hear the sound. Last time I wasn't able to do it, but now this time I can at least hear the sound. So maybe we can work with the screens this time.
Nou ja, de conversatie is wel. Ja, ik denk allebei een beetje. En ook wel echt dat, ja. Het is toch mooi dat we zo op een wereld leven en dat er zo zijn ontwikkeld dat op allemaal verschillende gebieden mensen verschillende talen kunnen spreken. Ik denk ook niet dat het voor niks is dat we elkaar heel lang niet kunnen verstaan. Ik weet niet precies wat voor nut dat had, maar ik denk gewoon dat het. Ja, ik vind daar echt iets van schoonheid in zitten. En die Engelse taal die verpletterd had gelopen. Ik ben serieus wel eens bang dat mijn kinderen ongeveer ontstaan op dat ze de hele tijd alleen maar Engels praat. Ja, sorry, maar wat een saaie wereld krijgen we dan. Dat is dus heel erg een gevoel wat ik weet niet waar dat vandaan komt, maar ik voel het wel echt heel erg zo. En daarom moet ik zo'n liefde op andere talen weten en dat gaan niet weten verstaan. Dus ik heb ook wel te maken met zo'n dove liefde voor alles wat niet gezegd wordt, maar wel voelbaar is. Kijk, echt een voorbeeld, maar toen ik in de 10e klas zat, toen ik naar school zat, zeg maar, de vierde ging op uitwisseling naar Bulgarije. Nou, mijn Engels was toen dus echt al best wel niet goed. Dat was wel van dus, maar ja, ik weet het wel niet best gaat. Dus ik heb het wel gedaan. Maar ik voel gewoon daar met sommige mensen, met één in bijzonder, wij hebben een soort hier is iets en er komt geen taal aan te pas, geen woord. Want ik wil geen Hongaars en hij wil Nederlands en ons Engels is allebei iets goed. Maar er was gewoon iets, zeg maar. En ik vind dat dus hele mooie momenten. Die we overigens ook hebben, die wel dezelfde taal spreken. Maar zo is dus de schoonheid die zit in dat we buiten de taal gebeurt. Ik denk als we buiten de taal plaatsvindt, daar ben ik.
Oui, ça c'est la réponse constructive. Aussi, peut-être que je pense qu'en France, on a un territoire très grand avec des particularités sociales et culturelles à l'échelle, mais un peu aussi sociétale. Effectivement, les familles bourgeoises, éduquées, notamment. Nous avons affaire à ça aussi, justement. En français, on a beaucoup appris. J'avais du mal à apprendre pour les Paris. Quand on allait en classe, c'est là où je remets pas exception où on a l'influence culturelle et la foi de l'Asie locale, mais c'était France aussi. Quand on a voté, c'était petit. J'avais plus d'attention. Vous savez que les profs à $2 à la retraite, même 10 ans, au-delà de la retraite, continuent à travailler, mais qui stimulent beaucoup, ça pose propre en portefeuille des jeunes, les dépenses publiques, tout ça, elle gérait 2 niveaux à la fois. Donc, tout en gérant 2 niveaux à la fois, elle m'a pris en charge. Pour moi, l'idée de me donner l'aide particulière que j'avais besoin à la situation très locale.
Je hebt bijvoorbeeld dingen zoals dat als je met een Japans iemand praat, wordt het vaak zo dat je ook en hij, dat aangegeven van het luisteren. En bijvoorbeeld in het Nederlands gewoon kunnen knikken of zo. Het is minder belangrijk dat de hele tijd blijft doen. Dus dat soort verschillen zijn er wel. Of wat ik laatst vertelde van dat veel van mijn vrienden uit Zuid-Amerika daar bijvoorbeeld heel veel ja en WhatsApp zetten. En dat ik niet wist dat het betekende, want maar dat is iets anders dan lachen. Maar dat is ook een soort van enthousiasme.
En daarom merk ik wel dat er een verschil is in de taalkundeontwikkeling en de meerderheid. Ik heb zelf een grond heet van improvisatie. Dat is heel prettig. Maar ja, dat was wel op tv. Op die manier hebben we nou een goede staatsreis gekregen. Ja, dat werkt nou maar nee, dat is wel hetzelfde dat je kennis.
Yes, for me it was really not such a big deal. We got to work on presentation, I don't translate. In Greek we have a word for, like, that's the thing, in Greek I have different meanings and different, I think that to approach the concept. So many times for specific inquiries I like to go back to it and to Greek because I understand it much deeper. And also in relation to ancient Greek, that is another layer that I get into my own language, because modern Greek has still some relations to ancient Greek. And I studied ancient Greek and linguistics in high school, so I understand my language much deeper, and I can inquire into its function and meaning of the word much deeper. So, for example, it's a good translation. We also have translation. It's included in language. Just to say, we also have the words. That involves the word.
Maar dat doe ik onder stopping. Omdat ik sowieso omdat ik het ook vaak weer kwijt gaan, omdat ik daar gewoon niet om dat zelf te gebruiken. Ja, dat voelt het natuurlijk. Het voelt alsof het niet bij mij past of zo. Dus dat is denk ik ook een beetje. Ja, ik voel niet meer zo erg de behoefte om Nederlands echt heel erg te vormen.
Well, sometimes I think I speak like 1.5. You know, that it's like an absorption of English and French amalgamated. I wouldn't exactly call it a franglais, but one of the things that happened was that in English I always had a large, widespread, whatever, comparatively vocabulary. And in France, that kind of acquisition took place as well. However, I maintained an extremely rudimentary level of some sort of knee-jerk grammatical principles. Like there was a complete, almost an utter and absolute rejection of gender in in French. And I used to joke about it, say that was because it was sexist or something. But whatever it was something about my learning manner, my manner of acquisition, which was almost always intuitive in my acquisition of language. And wasn't able to deliberately acquire, an article, so at one point there was like this point that there were these young chicks in the tea room, and they literally went on strike one day. This woman had, I think I told you the story, she went on strike because, I said, and that, one more time, they're going to go on strike. And of course they did, so they did. But it was very funny, and I think I remember most of the time to say "Utah." But I had in my older, this time, I was never self-conscious, really. Where I was self-conscious was that I was extremely blocked in terms of written expression. And so all of my business letters that I should have been doing, and the communication that I should have been doing, I did not do. And that's what I think about my mother's ability, her linguistic abilities, and she not only acquired, good written French, but she also picks up this kind of whatever vernacular of this area or the people that, and it didn't, so I can't French. So, but I used to love, I don't really read it, but I used to love to read French. And I loved, one of the things I loved, that's maybe we talked about this, authors that I loved, I just like to read them in their English translation and then kind of savoring, what came to the dictator, where the distortion was, and I regret it. I would say, but unfortunately, like at this point in my life, it's really gone. But I would have loved to have been, known other languages. Yeah. And the whole dramatic side of things just sort of over the last decade has been interesting to me. Whereas before it was just a complete wall, But I was telling my friend Maria, I was thinking, with a friend who speaks, I guess she speaks Flemish, is that what we call it? She's from Belgium originally. And Michael, you know Michael, right? So Michael at dinner at my house back in Richmond, were basically speaking, and lamenting the fact that Dutch was not more widespread in the world. And then they started talking about South Africa, and talking about thin Dutch. Okay. Always giving this example. And everyone was talking about how the word for baby was titty bird. Now I don't know if that was actually the word or if it was that was the translation into English, or if it really was titty bird in baby Dutch, as she called it. Anyway, yeah. So that's an answer to that.
Op het moment dat je gaat dromen in de taal, dan is het je Duits droomde ik droomde in Duitsland. Na 1 of 2 jaar droomde ik in Duits. En in Frankrijk volgens mij droomde ik in het Engels. Goed hè? Nee, maar ik bedoel, was in Frankrijk, ik droomde in het Engels. Omdat ik één dag Engels sprak. Met de experts en ook het Franse, omdat mijn Frans niet goed genoeg was.
Ik hou niet van reis als toerist. Ik wil niet toerist zijn eigenlijk. Dat is niet vervelend. En vind ik geen goede positie waar je bent. En dat zijn die vakanties die ik wil reizen om een tranche d'avie, een slice of life mee te maken in een ander land. En ik denk dat als je met de lokale mensen kan communiceren, dus zeg maar geïntegreerd raakt, dat je eerder geïntegreerd bent en je dus de insiders dingen kan zien en doen en beleven in een land die je anders als toerist niet openstaan. Ik ben dan misschien is het een soort een controlfreak en dan heb je meer controle over wat je kan zien en doen en beleven. Als je de taal spreekt, als je de taal spreekt.
It took me really, in the beginning, I couldn't even distinguish words in that one. Like I didn't know when one word ended and when the other started. And then it would be the same with names, like I heard a sound and it was named Bam, Bas. It's not the name of me. It became a name 2 years after.
Ik had wel bij het Engels dat ik nu, en dat merk ik aan heel veel Nederlanders, dat ze grijpen naar het Engels omdat ze het een minder onafhankelijke taal vinden. En in het Nederlands heb ik gewoon soms het gevoel dat ik me uit wil drukken op een bepaalde manier en dat lukt niet door te taal. Dat is dan heel ongemakkelijk. Ik heb wel gehad dat de mensen die ik tegenkom in mijn leven
En dat vond ik wel echt wat vaak van, ja, dat het zo jammer is dat het dan, dat de taal.
So we decided to turn up the sound. I see basically there's some notes that I had from Maxine last time I asked her, how do I turn the sound on? Because the sound was off and I didn't know how to turn it on. And then she answered me, there was no sound before, but there is now. I wasn't sure if I wanted to kind of schizophrenic cacophony again in this work. So she intentionally didn't have any sound. Now watch these videos with sound, but for now we'll turn it off because it's kind of blocking my mind too much if the sound is on. But I'm leaving the video on for now so that the people outside can at least see much more that is going on apart from the smaller works that are already in this space. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Oh. Let's see if I can change it. Let's see if I can. Hmm. Ja, maar ik vind de onderscheiding van heel leuk. Ik weet niet of dat gewoon normaal is.
did hear ourselves so fast. Yeah, yesterday we went to the east. The film. Yeah. I did hear ourselves so fast.
So I'm now trying to import a very big video file to iMovie. And this will take a while, so until that's done, I cannot really work with my laptop. And I think this is a good time to take a break, therefore. So you won't be seeing me. I'll be back in a bit. And the heater works, which is a good sign. So I can finally take my coat off because the room is heated enough. And then I will turn the heater on in the other room as well, so that at least it's going to be workable so I can use my normal clothes while being here.
Ja, laat zien voor us. Zolang is dat het zo dat de taal zo de interpretatie maar het is een hele goede taal. Als het wel geweldig, ik vind het zo geweldig. Ik heb wel last van zo lekker.
esse style activé, ça dépend. Ça dépend des cours qui sont dans la cidade, qui sont feitos na visão, e coisas que a visão, é
Unfortunately, as I tried my leader to improve my written French, very limited, like this is what I'm talking about, on the level of sending text skills, maybe whole sentences. I realized that there's, in French, there's I'm much more aware of whole parts of the language being really absorbed as kind of cliches, not the form, much more prevalent in a kind of pluralist way that is much more prevalent in terms of but I think that this is a very superficial observation. I mean, this is exactly how language gets absorbed, intrinsically. And so that I find myself speaking in these, in a way that is very, yes, they can take French, often say, and then if I have to lay one friend out here, and that's supposed to be over another facility, object. And I'm right to it. Feels like I'm trying to, like, I feel like I'm doing cliche after cliche after cliche. And I know that's not, French is such a wonderful thing. But here it must be French in the first way, and some of it must be then. It really annoys me. They're not piano towards circles, towards, and they're just like, whatever they're trying to say, like that. It's
That's one of the most the local journalist, one of yeah, I think the was so they lost a lot and they fell my always for the program, always having dying away or telling how dying away.
she gave French conversation and workshops. And so, physically, she's thriving. And again, she may have been sincere, but she felt like this, kind of progress, whatever. But I never really, the kinetics was actually very, it's actually very difficult for me to grasp. There's a lot of stuff in there, these graphs, graphs about pitch, and like a given sentence or something. And I didn't grasp that, sort of like I said, it's out of that, something else that was not, that was not French. And I remember saying, living in the, but you don't have French intonation. I maybe use the word accent, but it's definitely the intonation that I literally was not able to grasp. But I realized that it was something that I was not hearing. I wasn't hearing, and I began to act that it was hard to go forward, except that, turn away from that. So, I had those kinds of conversations with people that are probably embarrassing to native speakers, in some ways. So, making the effort and making the goal, and they come on both. And I can understand. Once again, I can remember motives, and they signed the table, signed the table, and it was Canadian, very English speaking. Then there was a couple, a mother and daughter. Maybe get on place, maybe the daughter had been some sort of civil service or diplomatic person. It was so cute though, because it was like at dinner they spoke in one to each other. But it was, I don't know, sweet. Yeah. And it's like all the French, they were going to, the France, they were going to have to re-enter, such terrible change, they're probably right. But of course, I was in my brain, so it just felt like but so I could so I waited to and basically a lot of happens. And within 24 hours, my confidence shattered. I could stand what people were saying. I was really with Tara's mother. And I understood what she said to me. She was making the effort. It was terrible. She took my money. Got me different. Anyway, but then I moved down to Marcus. And was totally wrong. That was like I became county. There was two activities. One was go to the market and I ordered English because I thought I could save English. But where it came, so I ordered English. And then I would go to the post office. They would have oil, sweets. So I was more and more withdrawn. In fact, very paralyzed by this shock and not understanding what's speaking. I had no boldness. I was kind of a new job. It's a new job. But I, because I got
Oui, vraiment, la réponse de la part, c'est la France.
Ja, ik zou wel graag altijd ik hou ook heel erg van het gaat nooit over de mensen maar ik ben heel kort maar niet nog veel van zo lang. Daar is best wel vaak en ik zou ook nog ja, ik zou ook maar ik vind het zo maar ik heb wel ik snap ook wel dat het logisch was, maar ik begrijp het nu wel. Bepaalde heel veel dingen zeggen en dan moet je niet vragen. Dat is het zelf is ook heel erg in het Engels. Maar ik zie het ook bij mensen die Engels doen, dat ze gewoon taal gebruiken. En ik ben op het joy aan het schrijven en het steeds joy aan terug. Dat is het niet geleerd had, want ik wil ook niet vragen aan elkaar. Ja, dat is een positieve ding van het leven. Taal weer, heel veel taal is ook een taal weer, dat is een en ook een vraag als houding in je leven, dat is eigenlijk niet beantwoord. En die houding in je taal, dat moet je ook nog zitten. Ik wil dit niet zo niet met ook zo.
Maar voor het bijhouden, het is gewoon een eerste taal, het is gewoon een taal als ik hoor over allerlei dialecten, staat gewoon 100%. Dat is gewoon mijn vadertaal. En dat gaat doorwerken, dat is dan hoe het zo goed is. Taal en als mijn taal. En als ik het spreek, dat is het Nederlands gezet. Maar ik denk dat als ik daar zo ben, En laatste zover is dat het zo dat de taal zo wordt interpretatie heeft. Dus zo taal is zo goed. Maar het is een hele taal. En als het zo wel is, dan het is geweldig. Het is zo geweldig. Ik kan ook dat ze waar dat mensen aan het nadenken. Wel iets voor bepaalde hetzelfde genot als bij eten. Zo lekker.
Because partly, I think for example, like this is like it's like I think one of the amazing exciting I think I was created this type of within the business so but carry that those are very yeah that when then it's more and more prone to just do something, say something because it's cool. Than because I constructed something because it is natural. Como vous c'est ça, ça va être la partie. Récemment, pour être essentiel. Et bon, la censure ne marche pas, simplement dans un rapport fonctionnement. Et souvent, effectivement, il y a la question bien on construit le vulgarisme. Passer de la préparation, de la silence, c'est là on va rentrer dans le langage et on permettre la capacité. C'était quoi la c'est pas mal, mais c'est se stabiliser. Ça ne pas. C'est pour ça des fois qu'il y a des mots qui sont notamment national, mais propose essentiellement en disant et propose que ce soit plus disant, c'est pas le mot.
Misinterpretation. So here's where that is. Then and so that's a kind of a loss. I'm more self-conscious about my French. And, so more self-conscious about it. In the years of speaking, both languages every day, non-stop, these things of sort of one word, I have to use a French word in my English speaking, or I have to take an English word into my French. Sense that there's something that's missing in each language, but, what I find, unfortunately, as I try in my sort of leisure to improve at least my written French, very limited, like this is what we're talking about, like on the level of sending text photos in full sentences. I realize that there's, in French, I'm much more aware of whole parts of the language being really absorbed as kind of cliches, long before, much more prevalent in a kind of formalistic way, that it's much more prevalent, it seems to me. I think that this is a very superficial observation, because I think this is exactly how language gets absorbed, intrinsically. And so that I find myself speaking in these, in a way that is very, as they would say in French, compensated. And if I have to say, only have one friend out here, and that's going to be another little object. And it feels like I'm trying to, my language is accomplished, but I feel like I'm doing cliche after cliche after cliche. And I know that that's not, French is such a wonderful thing. I remember hearing people speak French and I first came and some of them that were speaking then, it really annoyed me. So people thought they were piano virtuosos, virtuosi. And they're just like, saying, whatever they're trying to say like that. But just, it was expensive, but it was strong. There was,